Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Sonic Generations. During the first day of the event yesterday, we played through every normal stage and a good bit of the bonus stages. We're going to keep going with the bonus stages here in just a moment, but I do also want to add just a quick reminder of what we're doing, why, and how you can support. So, this stream, like all my other Extra Life streams, is in support of MU Healthcare's Children's Hospital. It's the local university children's hospital here in town. And any donations you make through this event go directly to the hospital to be used on what they deem most necessary. Especially right now, support for effective healthcare is of critical importance. Anything we do makes a difference. So, if you're interested in donating, if you're able to donate, you can use the link in the description or the QR code down there. You go directly to my Extra Life campaign page. If you're not able to donate, that is completely okay. If things are tight. Sorry, I'm trying to get a read on the connection stats. It looks like they're not good. Then we'll check that. That seems to have stabilized it. So, if any of that got lost to the void, we're supporting children's hospitals. The money you donate goes directly to the hospital, and anything helps. Donate if you're able to, don't donate if you're not able to. But sharing, signal boosting, anything to continue reaching people and raising money for the hospital. Whoops. Sonic's ready to go. And I've decided, because I don't remember what this is, we're going to start with the hard mode on Silver's fight, because I want to spend more time with my boy. He so rarely gets to do things that aren't racing. Yeah, I guess it would. Now that I think about it. I mentioned yesterday that I feel like there's a decent chance the fourth Sonic movie is going to draw on Sonic CD. I mean, people are wont to provide false information about things in upcoming media because it gets attention. But I've seen some speculation about Silver being in the next movie, and while I definitely don't think it's that likely, if they're drawing from Sonic CD, it would make some sense. Because, again, time travel. So, let's see if that ends up being the case. I don't think that we've gotten any information about the next Sonic movie, really, other than just, it's happening. And there was a teaser at the end of the third movie, because that's how running franchises work. Dang it, Sonic. I'm not sure if this is actually harder or if I'm just playing worse. There we go. Hey, it's been a bit. Hope you've been doing well. Now that I've spent a requisite amount of time with my boy,
think you can keep up with me?
while I absolutely do prefer SBO and Blaze's friend quests, this one sticks out in my memory because I could not do it as a kid. Partially, I had a controller that was really finicky about bumpers, so I would just constantly quick step, which doesn't help here. It also doesn't help to just fling myself halfway across the rooftop instead of actually hitting the thing. I'd hear you've been doing well. There we go. Man. Hard to say. I would guess that there's a path here solely because they're using a part of the existing level, but because of the nature of this mission, the camera's different and there's just no need to keep moving. Now you've got me curious if I could run back there, though. They probably don't want me to. That doesn't mean I can't. No, rip the S rank. Rude. I guess that answers that question, though. Fortunately, we're not going for S ranks here. We are trying to actually get the notes, though, so that's unfortunate. This way past silver, because that's how we got up there in the first place. There we go. Quick Trip to Paradise. That's another song I don't recognize off the top of my head. Okay, Marble Garden is Sonic 3. That resolves that particular confusion. Ah, Sonic Rivals. One of the Sonic games. Now that we've resolved that little mystery. Oh right, I forgot that Endless Boost is a skill. Now I can crash into things really fast. Ah, I comprehend what has occurred. Infinite boost, but wings don't actually count. I somehow managed to miss that there were zappy bits there. I've been doing okay. It's been slow since I finished grad school in the spring, but I'm not sure how I didn't get hit by that. I might have to give a better response to that question after I finish this stage. Clearly, I need to be slightly more focused than I have been. Stepping that seems to not be the best. Hey, there's that axe blade again. I found it. I'm not sure it was missing, but if it was, I know exactly where it is. I saw how long he was sliding, and I figured that I'd just automatically slide onto the next one. I was wrong. Okay, progress. Barrels. Can't believe the real villain is Donkey Kong. Okay. So yeah, things have been slow, just surviving, looking for a job, post-grad school. But I've been doing okay overall. Many things make me tired, but I'm doing better, I think, at resting so I can be less tired. It's an iterative process. Oops. Sonic, please. Fine. Fine, we'll go back this way. We'll do it your way. See what I tell you. Ratchet. There were better ways that could have gone, but I sure did not avail myself of them. Oh well. The snowboarding is a little silly when I don't have any boost power. Just take it at a nice even pace. Scraping this metal board against all of these stone pads. There we go. Good news is, we weren't a one-hit wonder. No, wait. Are we coming up here? This... I'm starting to think that it's not coming this way. Is it going? Where? As silly though they definitely are, I like the little chase a note through the hub world thing. It's cute. Let's shift things a bit. So once again, the camera is not blocking the screen. Which is definitely why that Endless Boost one took so much, not because I just screwed up. Just want to go fast. How dare you put walls in the way? Yep. I could have made that. I'm not entirely convinced that that first barrel was my fault. That last set was though. I should get some rings before I crash into a wall and perish instantly. I should also at some point play the real version of Sonic Unleashed. Because that's the thing. I noted yesterday that the only game represented here that I haven't finished is Sonic 06. And that's true, asterisk. I didn't have any non-Nintendo consoles until... Alright, I was dead there. I didn't have any non-Nintendo consoles until high school. By which point we were well past the era of Sonic Unleashed. So, I've only played the Wii version. Which is famously not the same game. They made one version for the 360 and the PS3, and a completely different version for the Wii and PS2. As you might expect, the Wii and PS2 version is not as feature-rich as the 360 and PS3 version. I now have the 360 version. I have not played the 360 version. I'm still missing one in Rooftop Row. There it is. I should make sure I'm actually collecting the rings for these. That would help with this mission. It would also help if I remembered how to play the game. Well, I mean, I will say, the Wii version of Sonic Unleashed is fun. It requires a tolerance of motion controls, but that's kind of true for the Wii version of anything. It's almost like that was the console's gimmick. It seems like boosting through the rings that the barrels leave results in grabbing pretty much all of them. Tragic. There we go. We did the thing. That's the important part. Oh yeah. I've tried to play Secret Rings. There was one summer when I was a kid where my siblings and I spent all summer trying to get through secret rings. And I got to the true final boss, but could never beat it. And I have never learned how to properly play that game again. I was even playing it a year or two back as I was knee-deep in Sonic hyperfixation again. And I got probably halfway through, but truly a video game. For anyone who doesn't know, Secret Rings, like I said yesterday, is, or was, a launch title for the Wii. Which pretty much meant motion controls were mandatory. Sonic and the Secret Rings has you hold the Wii Remote sideways, and tilt it forward and back to move faster or slow down. You can't stop. It's illegal. And you have to tilt the Wii Remote left and right to move left and right. I believe 2 is jump, because that's how it tends to work on Wii Remote sideways games. I don't think that that was motion controlled, but I could be misremembering. It is, again, not a bad game, but it would be so much easier to play if it didn't rely on worse Mario Kart controls. I do think it's telling that... okay. The character designs from Sonic and the Black Knight show up fairly frequently as alts in mobile games. They're in Sonic Dash, they're in Sonic Rumble, which is yet another video game. It finally came out recently, but it's just not my thing. Which is a shame, because Fall Guys but Sonic has a significant amount of potential. But yeah, the Black Knight characters show up as alts in mobile games. I'm not sure that the Secret Rings variants of characters have shown up ever. It definitely helps that in retrospect, Black Knight's writing has been recognized as really good. In a character sense. The way that it portrays Sonic's character is phenomenal. Striking a very clear balance of the free-spirited, do his own thing, and his own thing is what's right. I'm also extremely biased in favor of Sonic and the Black Knight, so I cannot be relied upon to give an impartial description of that game. Oh. Neat. I did. I'll go ahead and take care of this one while we're here. I think when I played through this last year, I spent more time with Planet Wisp than any other stage. And that's kind of natural because it's the last one. Stone pickaxes. Knock off. But, oh boy. Planet Wisp is a long stage. And oh no. Planet Wisp is a long stage, and getting S rank requires doing a lot of very specific things near perfectly. And this is something. It wasn't that. Wasn't that either. I'm not sure why I still take damage from missiles when I am myself a missile. There's a button up there. I figured it out. I have successfully played a video game. That was tragic. It's a good thing we're not going for S ranks. Good. At least I hit the button on the first attempt this time. No, come back. Ah. I recognize my error. This is silly. There we go. I will accept the D rank on that. There's open your heart. Yeah, I've got all the boss keys, but I still have to do the bonus stages. And by have to, I mean, I said I was gonna, so I'm gonna. I have an immediate negative association with this challenge. That doesn't bode well. That's unfortunate. There we go. Planet Wisp was a really good pick for a Sonic Colors stage. It's got the industrial vibe to it that a few other stages do. Though I'm trying to remember. I rambled about stage themes for so long yesterday, and I don't remember anything that I said. But the way that the industrial theme manifests in Planet Wisp is completely distinct from any other stage in Sonic Colors and any other stage that they picked for Sonic Generations. And in general, it's the only one I can think of that uses the contrast between industrial and natural so heavily. Down to the color palettes even. The way that the more pastel greenery contrasts with the harsh dark red of the machinery. It's real good.
I'll stir up whirlwinds to help you, Sonic.
Thanks, Charmy.
To call me. Leave this to me. Leave it to me. Sonic. Here goes Sonic. Leave it to me.
I do love Team Chaotix.
Leave it to me. Here goes.
I would not say that Charmy is my favorite character.
Leave it to me. Here goes.
This is a relatively acceptable use of Charmy as a character, though.
Leave it to me. Sonic. Here goes.
Relatively.
Leave it to me. Here goes. Sonic. Here goes.
Oh, those are kind. Good to know.
Leave it to me. Here goes.
That's fine. I can jump into the same mist again.
Here goes.
I think that's optimal gameplay. They just don't want you to know about it.
Sonic. Leave it to me. Here goes.
I saw that happening, and I could do nothing to prevent it. Oh. I see my mistake.
Leave this to me. Here goes. Sonic. Here goes. Leave it to me. Here goes.
It's always tough to figure out a good voice for a child,
Here goes.
particularly because
Leave it to me.
most voice actors are adults.
Leave it to me. Here goes. Sonic.
It is difficult for an adult to do a convincingly childlike voice without being squeaky and annoying. Or, in the case of Cream, just shrill. Cream and Charmy haven't shown up a lot with the current voice cast, but they're definitely not my favorites of that voice cast. Okay, they finally changed the lighting on a modern Sonic challenge stage. That's fine. We take those. I see. Oops. I've always been a big fan of the Lightspeed dash. It's definitely influenced by my Sonic Adventure 1 fanboy nature, since that's where the Lightspeed dash debuted. Oh, magic. But it's another one of those Sonic moves that just feels good to use. Huh. That was the last of the modern Sonic challenge stages. Flying batteries. That is Sonic 3, I believe. Ah, right. This one's cute. The goal signs in the classic Sonic games, at least some of them, I don't remember off the top of my head which ones, would fall when you got to the end. And you could bounce them along like this to get an increasing number of points and bonuses to your final score for the stage. That qualifies. We're doing the thing, and that's what matters. No? Acceptable. I'll take a spike to the face if that means that I don't fail the mission. I bet the bitrate really hates Crisis City. That kind of full screen effect is never good for the video bitrate. There. First try. What's Vector do here?
I'll send you flying to wherever you need to get to. Press the button and I'll be there. Let me handle this.
Throws you.
Nah.
Vector throws you. This is acceptable.
Here I come. Ha!
Sometimes yeet the child is the correct solution.
I got this. Rah. Here I come.
It seems like every character has a bonus level where they help a Sonic, and a bonus level where they do not.
Sonic. Ha! Here I come.
Okay,
Ha!
good toss, and there we go. Yeah, I would love to see a Team Chaotix game that uses the modern iterations of the characters. Because Knuckles Chaotix exists, but that's about all that can be said about it. It's just a weird one, and it hasn't seen the light of day in like 20 years. There we go. Still, yes. Ooh, Flame Shield. Does Flame Shield do the... We have a homing attack at home? Yes. Cool. So, actually, it's a fairly good mid-air boost. I like the extra abilities that elemental shields give you. Oh. Sad. I believe those abilities were present in Sonic 3, where the shields debuted. But they haven't really shown up much since. I'm not sure how I didn't hit a spike ball there, but I'll take it. I'm kind of just enjoying plowing through things. I think that the elemental shield abilities do show up again in Mania, because the whole point of Mania is to bring in just about everything people like from the classic games. At some point I should really collect all the Chaos Emeralds in Mania. I say that, I don't think that I've collected all the Chaos Emeralds in the classic games. I think I did Sonic 2, and I'm just about sure I did Sonic 3. But I don't know that I've collected all of them in 1, and I know I didn't get all the Time Stones in CD. Time is a very silly ability. I'm on the fence about the stages that focus on it. Mostly because you can run out of uses and then you're just up a creek. Case in point, I'm pretty sure that I actually have to restart now. Get the extra time. Those rings do not stay around. It is a little funny how it takes it a moment to actually kick in. What? Huh? hitboxes? I'm not sure I agree with that. Speaking of, I'm not sure I agree with that. What is happening? There's still enough stage left that's to my benefit to just keep moving, rather than stopping to smell the rings. And by enough stage, I apparently mean I was right there. Ooh. It'll be back. Soon see. Oh. This should go to this mission there. That's not the last mission. Where's the... Right, it's the one that's in a funky spot that you only need to get to for that mission. Oh, and that's the play through the entire stage again mission. That's fire. Pro tip. Fire hurts. Don't step in it. Pro tip. Playing through the Sonic games and actually trying to get all S ranks has given me a much greater appreciation for the various paths through each level. The general rule of thumb is that the high road is usually the fastest, but it's also tricky to stay on, and sometimes tricky to even get to in the first place. So it ends up feeling super rewarding when you're able to stay on the top path. Because then you go careening into the abyss. I'm pretty sure I did exactly that when I first played the level last night as well. Have I learned anything? Yes. Almost too late. But not quite. Oh. I'm not sure that was how that was supposed to work. I think there's a Chow up there in the normal stage. This race is closer than I'd prefer. Huh? Okay. Not to be a broken record, but it's a good thing we're not going for S ranks. I just walked off the cliff there. I didn't need to do that. I gained nothing from doing it. In fact, I lost from doing it. I just really wanted to keep going right. Ah, the tornado just kills you. That makes sense. It is a giant fire tornado, and I am a hedgehog. Let's approach this with slightly more caution. Slightly. That's sad. Glad this version of the game doesn't have lives. Kind of. I still don't know, actually. Because there's still that extra life you can find. Oh, wow. It's almost like I need to stop just spin dashing into the abyss. Which is a shame, because spin dashing into the abyss is fun. I like hurling myself into the depth. Go fast is what you're supposed to do in a Sonic game. Ah, yes, Canton. I hit another checkpoint. There wasn't much risk. The possibility of reward. The reward being new. D rank is acceptable. And that's Crisis City done. Restoring color to Crisis City really doesn't do that much for it. But heck, at least we did it. This is Planet Wisp. Sure, another doppelganger race. Let's heckin' go. What do you mean spin dash straight ahead isn't the correct answer? We've just learned that that always works in every situation. Without exception. Never punished, except for all the times that I have been. Gotta say, I don't envy the Sonic dev team for the beast that they have set themselves up for. Because getting games to process physics quickly with enough accuracy to be reasonable, easier said than done. Something Donkey Kong joke. There are barrels. Laugh. Planet Wisp is definitely the hardest level for modern Sonic, but I feel like it's Rooftop Run for classic Sonic. The use of the Spike Wisp means that classic Sonic's Planet Wisp is mostly just not tedious, but exacting. I will never know what happens if you get up that way. Anyway, the classic Sonic Planet Wisp is precise, but not challenging so much. Rooftop Run gets difficult. Let the speed bend it. That is Secret Rings. That was less effective than I had hoped. It is balloon time. It is jump directly into an energy shot time. It's this flavor of balloon time. I forgot about this flavor of balloon. I was hoping for the bunches that you just kind of jump on top of and pop. Mostly because these are slow. As I've established, I am anti-go slow in my Sonic game. I really need to take out that robot first. With finesse and precision, the likes of which the world has never seen. First try. Oh, I don't go in the clock this time. It is cool how it uses both the handle on the bottom of the balloon and the bouncy surface on top in this level. Okay, we're about to have issues. What if I just... Yeah, this is... absolutely... Okay. Just grab the handle this time. I have regrets. That was the end of the stage, too. I did the thing again. Almost like it's been 3 minutes and I forgot about that specific enemy. Well, that was close enough. No, we do have to just go down. I don't dislike the Eggman robot designs from Unleashed, but they still don't hold a candle to the egg pawns that are used in Heroes and others. I love those goofy things. That, yeah. I will accept that I didn't take damage. Okay. Listen here, you. Yeah, you got that? Ugh. This level's a mess. He said, blaming the level for his own problems. There we go. Actually, first try. I am capable of learning. Now, let's see if we can get past the gauntlet of little dudes with little guns. The answer may surprise you. Or it may not, actually. Okay, good. We got at least some of those rings. I was really hoping. Alright. Fine. I'll sit like a normal person. That's how you know it's serious. No. I was trying to think about what the Eggman bots look like in 06, because I couldn't remember for a minute if they took a similar appearance to the ones in Unleashed, rather, if the Unleashed ones took after them. But the Eggman bots in 06 just look a lot more like Aperture Science robots. Ooh. If I hadn't stopped to try to spin dash, that would have been an S rank. You mock me. There we go. That was a bad time to get a sip of coffee. Ugh. This is fine. I could have just ducked. The spin dash was not necessary there. Granted, if you're playing a classic Sonic game and you're not spin dashing, there is a legitimate argument that you're doing something wrong. Well, those do move. That's an excessive amount of fire. Okay, cool. That's true. I'm behind on looking at chat, but yeah, I've only actually beaten any classic Sonic game other than the first one by way of Origins. Because Origins doesn't have lives. And, oh. The Death Egg robot is... I'll take that. The Death Egg robot is not difficult here.
I got lots of pranks up my sleeve.
In Sonic 2, if you don't beat the Death Egg robot first try, actually I think even if you do, there are no rings in the stage with Death Egg robot. Seriously, Charlie, why? Why are you doing this? I don't think that the game gives you a checkpoint after the boss just before the Death Egg robot. So you have to do 2 precise boss fights, one after the other, without dying. And that's why I have never beaten Sonic 2 when I've needed to use limited lives. I overshot. Oh. There we go. There's the best song on the soundtrack. I will defend Sonic and the Black Knight to my dying breath. And, I mean, I went to the Sonic Symphony 3 times. Night of the Wind played in every one of them. Oh. This... No, my ring. Oh, that just stays down. Cool. I don't know what I expected to happen there. You know, this is just a hunch, but I don't think we're getting S rank. Okay. When I don't remember how much is left of this stage, I'd really prefer to avoid losing my ring. I'd really prefer to... Okay. Okay, we would have gotten A rank either way. Run finished. It's me going to space. The boss is open, but of course we're not gonna do it yet. No. No, I don't think I will. That's all it took. I didn't need to hurl myself into the sun. There we go. We saved it. We're back on track. You know, I don't think that I Am All of Me was in the original version of Generations. I'm pretty sure that they did not have anything from Shadow the Hedgehog. Maybe there were multiple songs that they couldn't use again for rights reasons. I don't know. All I can do is speculate. No. What? No. Oh. I thought that you just lost. I thought you just lost if it hit the ground. Not that I agree with that hitting the ground anyway, considering it was inside that platform. Oh dear. Okay, there we go. You did the thing. I should go back and try to finish getting good endings in Origins. I think that Origins has an in-game achievement system as well, which is nice because I have it on Switch. And the Switch, even the Switch 2, doesn't have achievements. That's one of few things that is actually a make or break on me buying games on the Switch. Do I want to get achievements? If the answer is yes, I'll buy it on PlayStation. I mean, the other one is it a generally graphically intensive game? The Switch 2 minimizes that distinction a little bit. Because it can generally handle stuff better than the Switch 1. To an impressive degree, really. But it still doesn't have the graphical fidelity of the PS5. It's not supposed to, mind. I don't hold it against the Switch 2 that it doesn't match the PS5 in graphical capability. The Switch is portable, PS5 is not. But that is the main reason that I picked up this and Sonic Frontiers on PlayStation. I also generally prefer the Switch for physical media. the PS4 and 5 still require you to install the game even if you have it on disc. So the space saving that's fine. The space saving that otherwise justifies a physical game purchase just doesn't apply on PS4 and 5. Which is a pain because the games are so big. There we go. Look. I mean, keeping the Oblivion remaster downloaded on my PS5 is taking up upwards of 100 gigs of storage space. The real answer is I need to get another hard drive for my PS5 because I'm just using the default built-in storage. This is fine. Spike is fun. I like the Spike Wisp more than I like the Rocket Wisp. Oops. I'm playing with fire here. There we go. I'll go back. That's unfortunate. At some point, I'll actually play through the Shivering Isles, and then I can uninstall the Oblivion remake. Well, I don't know. The waters of video game re-release have gotten extremely muddy in the last several years. In Oblivion's case, remaster is the better word, since it's still the same underlying game. We are again. It's always such a pleasure. Oh, cool. Tropical Resort is the first stage in Sonic Colors.
Catch me if you can.
Blaze, why do you have bombs? I remember getting super lost in this one. Can't imagine why that would be, based on how this is going. I would say that I'm generally fine with Nintendo doing their own thing where hardware is concerned. There we go. Tag, you're it. Because in my eyes, it's just more interesting that way. I would rather see hardware that does unique things than hardware that just tries to be the strongest. Because I would say that that's one of the reasons that the Xbox as a system has mostly fallen by the wayside. With the way that Microsoft handles the Xbox, you may as well just have a PC. At this point, there aren't a lot of games that you can only play on Xbox consoles. Duh. Okay, just one more bonus stage left. And it's a cool one. I like that they give you the choice here of each of the three shields, rather than just giving you whichever one is useful for this situation. This is actually a job for the bubble shield. giving you access to both shields, or to all of them, really makes it feel like a final exam type challenge. You know, did you pay attention to the elemental shield levels before this? Did you play the elemental shield levels before this? You don't have to. But this'll sure make a heck of a lot more sense if you did. Okay. That is Planet Wisp done. Which also means that is all of the normal stages done. We've just got bosses left. First up is the Egg Dragoon from Unleashed. I really like this design. It's just neat. I don't really have anything else to say about it. I just think it's cool. I'm taking a minute to remember how this boss works. The modern and classic, or the modern and Dreamcast eras are weird for
Time for a change of pace.
bosses in the 3DS version.
Not bad.
In the console version, the Dreamcast era is naturally Adventure, Adventure 2, and Heroes. There are only two stages in the Dreamcast and modern eras in the 3DS game. You have Adventure and Adventure 2, and then Rush and Colors. The boss of the Dreamcast era in the 3DS version is the Bio-Lizard, the final boss of Adventure 2. But the boss of the modern era is the Egg Emperor, which is the final boss, is sort of Heroes.
Time for a change of pace. Take that. Not bad.
So it's a weird mixing of era definitions.
I will flatten you.
And to be entirely fair, Rush only came out a couple years after Heroes.
Catch me if you can.
So it's not like there are hard and fast definitions to each era. Really, the only hard definition is the classic era ends when you hit adventure. I feel like I should be able to homing attack him from here, but whatever.
I will flatten you.
Yeah, good luck with that. 3DS version also uses... Yeah, that's completely fair. There's not a whole lot of reason to get consoles unless you want very specific games. Anyway, rather than getting the
I recalibrated everything. This was supposed
Chaos
to be
Emeralds from
my
boss and
turn.
rival fights
Please
in the
keep
3DS
dreaming,
version,
Egghead.
you
I
actually
beat you every
play
time.
special
No,
stages,
seriously, we beat
and
you
they're based on the
every
ones from
time.
Heroes.
Our scorecard's flawless.
So that's neat.
Stopping Eggman is always good, but the root of the problem is that monster. Maybe we can call a truce and... Look, he got your Eggman too. Oh, this is getting serious.
The story is delivered exclusively in the form of PowerPoints, essentially, in the 3DS version, which is less interesting. And that is true. The scorecard does get rougher in the comics, but the only comics that are canon to the game's timeline only pick up after Forces. So he could be forgiven at least a little bit. There we go. Granted, the writer of those comics, or the head writer anyway, is also the head writer for this remaster, which is part of why some of the connecting lore is different. Oh yeah. I'm really glad that they're actually making it matter that the comics exist in the same timeline. They reference Tangle at the end of Sonic Frontiers, and Styx from Sonic Boom, which the writer has said he just wanted to see how much they'd let him get away with. The implications of a Sonic Boom character existing in the main timeline have yet to be explored. But it's cool to see. Tangle and Whisper have been in, and Surge have been in the mobile games, but Crossworlds is the first time that they're showing up in a proper game.
Okay, Gruesome, you're cornered. So how about you just give up and restore the timeline like you found it?
You're not not in a position to demand anything, you nasty little pincushion.
Eggman! No wonder!
He had a little help.
Dr. Robotnik?
Nobody calls me that anymore. If you would be so kind as to explain, gentleman genius Dr. Eggman from the future. It will be
3D
my
classic
pleasure,
Eggman
most
is
excellent and efficacious Dr.
somewhat
Eggman of the
cursed.
past. After Sonic ruined my interstellar amusement park, I stumbled upon a dark primordial essence.
That's
I
also true.
discovered it possessed abilities I have long desired
And they
to
have
harness
said for
myself.
years that
Namely, that it could travel through the dimension of time. So I decided
everything
to
is
utilize its
canon
marvelous capabilities and rewrite
when it
the
comes to
past.
Sonic. With the exception of the single game that they don't talk about because of
The
lawsuits.
only person that smart is me. Oh, you are too kind, my dear future
To the point
self,
that it's not
and I
even
was happy to
referenced
help.
in the
And now all the
Encyclopedia.
time is ours to do with as we please.
But the more your monster tears through the timeline, the more damage you do to it.
So, I'm going to erase that line and reshape it as I see
Granted,
fit.
that raises the question of whether the Ninja Turtles, SpongeBob, and Hatsune Miku are canon to the Sonic timeline.
And they call me eccentric. No one will judge us anymore after we've destroyed these Sonics forever. Shall we begin then, Doctor? By all means, my dear Doctor.
Destroy me? In your dreams, Eggman. I beat you all the time by myself, and now there's two of me.
Then I'll have twice as much fun defeating you.
Now I'm trying to imagine how they'd make this thing into a Lego set.
Keep moving!
Move all you want. I'm still going to squash you into a blue jelly.
It's not really amorphous, but it's a funky, complex design.
That was just to soften you up. Now it's time to meet your doom.
Be kind of cool to have both modern and classic
Come on!
Lego Eggman.
Not you.
On your feet.
You're not beat yet.
Who are they? They are insignificant. You face worse, Sonic.
Focus your spirit.
We're right behind you. I believe in you, Mr. Sonic. Embrace the emeralds.
Harness their power, Sonic.
You have to win, Sonic, like you've done time and again.
I hope you like every character in the game yelling at you.
Time to scramble some Eggman, supersonic style.
If you would like to pass out, consider taking a shot for every time that someone says that it looks like a homing shot in this boss fight. If you would like to not pass out and instead drink responsibly, perhaps take a shot of water instead.
Modify these transceivers. Even though we're in different dimensions, you should still be able to hear us.
Is something the matter?
We're all gonna teach you a lesson.
Yeah. This... I have a particular level of ire.
Be careful, Sonic.
Thanks, guys. I have a particular level of ire for this boss fight because of the final trophy.
Arm attack.
The final trophy that I got in this game requires you to beat this boss without ever getting hit.
Is something the matter?
Like a homing shot.
Watch it, Sonic!
In normal circumstances,
Hit the core. Switch
thanks
X.
everyone, in normal circumstances, it's pretty easy to see if you've gotten hit. But Supersonic doesn't lose any rings. So you just kind of have to go based on the controller vibration and whether you get bounced back. Which gets really awful at the last phase. Thanks, SBO.
Switch and go after it.
Tails, you really didn't have to modify the transceivers.
It looks like a homing shot. Be careful, Sonic.
You didn't have to.
It'll take more than that to defeat us.
I know you all are there for me, even if you're not yelling in my ear every 3 seconds.
Finish it.
Looks like a homing shot. Careful, Sonic.
It'll take more than that to defeat us.
It has to be funny. It has to be funny or it'd be really, really annoying.
Finish it.
Looks like a homing shot. Watch it, Sonic.
Is something the matter?
You'll be immobilized if it catches you.
Now we'll finish it.
That's a homing shot.
Be careful, Sonic.
Hey, I'm having trouble identifying. Is this or is this not
Looks like
a homing shot?
Be careful, Sonic.
And should I or should I not
That looks like a homing
be
shot.
careful?
Be careful, Sonic.
It'll take more than that to defeat
That
us.
looks like a homing shot. Careful, Sonic.
Mm-hmm.
Is something the
Looks like
matter?
a homing shot. Careful, Sonic.
How about this?
Switch and go after it.
Now we'll finish it.
That's a homing shot. Careful, Sonic.
It is funny to me that Shadow's the only one who's sure. Everyone else is like, this looks like it's gonna home in on you. Shadow's like, no, that's going to home. That is a homing shot.
That looks like a homing shot. Be careful, Sonic.
Thanks.
Is something the matter?
Got it.
Oh my God, and you're gonna get stuck.
Now we'll finish it.
That shot will track you. Watch it, Sonic.
Now we'll
Okay, SBO's also sure.
finish it.
That looks like a homing shot. Be careful,
Now
Sonic.
we'll finish it.
It looks like a homing shot.
Please be careful, Mr. Sonic.
How about this?
That looks like a homing shot. Careful, Sonic.
Is something the
That's a
matter?
homing shot.
Careful, Sonic.
Is something the matter?
Switch
I
and
forgot
go
that I
after
can
it.
just throw the other Sonic at it.
It'll take more than that to defeat us.
I don't know if that actually does anything. It definitely feels like it should.
More than that to defeat us. It'll take more than that to defeat
It's
us.
like that shot chases you. Careful, Sonic.
This.
Get caught by that and you won't be able to move.
See, you keep saying that and it keeps not doing anything.
That's a homing shot.
Be careful, Sonic.
There we go.
What's that?
The final boss of all time.
Now we'll
Literally in this case, I guess.
A homing shot.
Careful, Sonic.
So how we doing? Has everyone hydrated well?
is something the matter?
In response to my
Time energy
fun
is
new
building up.
family-friendly drinking game.
Time is going to slow down. The time flow will go back to normal. Watch out for the laser.
There are a handful of attacks where the only consistent way to dodge is just to switch.
It looks like a homing shot.
Careful, Sonic.
Switch perspectives.
Time's going to slow down.
The time flow will be restored. It's attacking.
Look out, Sonic.
It's a warping arm
It'll take
attack.
more than that.
Sonic, it's switch by
defeat
pressing
us.
a button.
Yes, I know, Knuckles. This is a deliberate decision.
More than that. To defeat us.
You'll be immobilized if it catches you.
It'll take more than that. To defeat
That
us.
looks like a homing shot. Be careful, Sonic.
Is it 3 hits? It's not 3 hits. We will be here forever.
Ho, ho, ho. Is something the
Looks like
matter?
a homing shot.
Be careful, Sonic.
We'll end it. Burn! Burn to ashes!
Sonic, combine your powers and attack.
Okay. There we go. Absolutely gaming. Excellent. Good job hydrating. Also, I would like to note that took nearly 8 minutes, and it was an S rank. The rings helped. But seriously. Anyway, the chili dog's not a collectible, but it is still safe.
I'll admit, you weren't half bad, Sonic.
Half bad? Are you kidding? He was all great. So,
That's another cutscene change in this
once
version.
we're home, you think the timeline will be
In the
restored?
original version,
Yep.
Amy
Just
fully
don't
whacked
think
Sonic,
about it
or
too
no,
hard.
whacked Knuckles into that tree. I think that there's a chili dog as a collectible
Maybe it's
in
a fast
Black
track you
Knight,
to learning some new tricks in the future. Wait, I mean, past. Ugh, time travel's a chore.
which I think was also the first game that actually brought in the whole chili dog thing.
Dude,
That was
sweet.
mostly
You're only
a
gonna get better.
comic and cartoon
Here's our
thing
portal home.
until then.
Hey, Sonic! Enjoy your future. It's gonna be great.
That line was made fun of so much when the game first came out. I mean, never mind that there are plenty of people who feel like the series never made a good transition into 3D. Coming off of the mid-2000s Heroes, Shadow the Hedgehog, 06, Secret Rings, Unleashed, Black Knight. again, colors had come out. People liked colors. But coming off of the string of games that were not well received, your future's gonna be great felt a little hollow to a lot of people. But I've also seen it pointed out, regardless of the games themselves, Sonic always has fun. He has a great time on any of the adventures he goes on. Oh yeah, one of the really cool things with the Symphony, there's a symphonic version of the Sky Sanctuary theme that focuses mostly on Sonic 3, but towards the end, the visuals go through that tower section in Sonic 3 and then Generations and then Frontiers. It's just really cool. I also like that they do show the original versions of each stage in the credits. City Escape in Generations, at least Act 2, starts pretty much identically to the Adventure 2 version. The layout of the snowboarding section is different. As soon as you get down, it's the same platform, stairs up, couple of enemies. One of the Chow, the one that we found in that stage, is in the same location as a Chow Garden key in Adventure 2. It's mostly because of all that that I immediately recognized City Escape in Frontiers. Would recommend. I have Adventure and Adventure 2 in my Steam library, but I wouldn't say that they're the best way to play them. The PC versions. I would much more readily recommend legally and upfrontly acquiring a copy of the GameCube or PS2 versions. I don't remember if there's a substantial difference in quality between the different console versions. I think that Sonic Heroes does best on GameCube. There is actually a PC version of Heroes. It just never made it to Steam. You, don't necessarily have to use this. Though, actually, if you're gonna play 06, Project 06. The trio is Sonic Heroes. And I do also enjoy most of the 3D Sonic games. At this point, I've played most of the 3D Sonic games. Yeah, we did do the boss fights in 06 as an Extra Life incentive, like year 2. yeah, Heroes was on the Double Dash demo disc, huh? Doug Dimmadome. I need to play the HD version of Unleashed. Was it Year 3? I feel like Year 3 was... I think it was only Years 1 and 2 that were here with a group. I've been doing this for too long. And by too long, I mean... this is Year 10. But I'm happy to keep doing it. It's... the Children's Miracle Network hospitals are the reason that I still have my younger sibling. And being able to use what I love to support them is huge. So, again, thanks for the support all this time, and I hope you'll stay tuned, because we're not done. At some point, I need to actually play through Lost World.
Are you sure
Started
you
it,
saw a door
but
over
never
here?
finished it.
What? You were the one who said you saw a door over here? Well, I know it was one of us. Shut up and keep looking.
Me and the boys trapped in a featureless white expanse.
What time is it? It's the exact same time as when you asked earlier, and it'll be the exact same time when you ask later.
Understandable.
There is no time here! Let me just say that this was a brilliant plan that you came up with.
Classic
Don't get
Eggman's
too
cape from the
self-righteous.
back
It'll
kind
be
of looks
your
like a
plan
slice
pretty
of
soon.
American cheese.
I'm gonna dedicate the rest of my life to forgetting it. I heard that! Do we ever win? That depends on your definition of win. Beating Sonic.
He's
Oh,
just slightly
well then,
too shiny.
that doesn't give me much hope. Maybe I'll go back and get my teaching degree. That's not a bad idea. I've always enjoyed telling people what
Like,
to do.
what flavor of polyester? Oh yeah, before we switch to Shadow, and I am going to take a quick break before that as well. Let's show the skills that we now have access to, thanks to finishing the game. I overshot. That's fair. I would accept a class from the Eggman School of Engineering. We have way more points than we need. Eggman and Doofenshmirtz would either get along extremely well or hate each other. The way that skill sets that naming the skill sets works in this game is goofy. It automatically adds an ampersand if you use anything other than a skill set letter. That's true. They do have a common enemy in niche animals. Okay. Let's just... Nah, I can't change the music in City Escape. So, the supersonic skill works a lot like supersonic does in the classic games. While you're in a level, you have to get a certain number of rings, I think 50. And then you can activate supersonic. The board segment is not the best time to demonstrate the skill, but that's fine. And yeah, this is exactly the starting layout of City Escape in Adventure 2. This is different. It's different past here. Though we do still have the road that curves up and around and down the building. Because heck physics. Oh. Huh. That was intentional. I meant to do that. Come on. I would prefer to get supersonic before I get accosted by a truck. Well, I have supersonic. Well, the truck can't hurt me, at least. Though, also note, as is tradition for supersonic, we do use up rings at about 1 per second while we're in the supersonic form, and we switch back to normal if we run out. Actually, hold up, is this? No, it does switch back to the normal model for Sonic. That's a shame. Supersonic in Adventure has this really cool metallic texture to him that kind of wish the adventure skin gave you. I think that they call the Sonic game that's just the board segment Sonic Riders. Hey, Shadow. It's about your turn. Okay. I'm gonna go move about the cabin. I'll be back in a few minutes, and then we'll get going with Shadow Generations. Hey, the boards are at least in Crossworlds. They're finally back. resizing the webcam is apparently the one thing I forgot to do. Anyway, it's shadow time. This again.
50 years ago, aboard the space colony Ark,
I
the
should let this
genius
play while I was
Professor Gerald Robotnik
off
sought
doing my
to
own thing.
create the ultimate life form. He called his creation Shadow. Shadow was raised alongside Gerald's ailing granddaughter, Maria. They were inseparable. A series of tragedies befell the Ark. The military sought to cover everything up. They took the lives of Gerald and Maria and sealed Shadow away. 50 years later, Shadow was awakened, filled with anger and sadness. He was haunted by Maria's final words to him.
Shadow, I beg of you, for all the people on that planet.
Shadow was bent on revenge and sought to destroy the world. At the last moment, Shadow remembered Maria's final wish: to protect her beloved planet and all who lived there. There were more secrets to Shadow's past. Shadow was generated from the DNA of the evil alien conqueror Black Doom. Shadow didn't understand why Black Doom expected him to be the vanguard for his invasion of Earth. After many battles, Shadow crushed Black Doom and his forces, finally breaking free from his past. Shadow the Hedgehog, the lone dark warrior who judges the world by his own code. The past will return to haunt him.
So anyway, there's your quick summary of Shadow's role in Adventure 2 and his own game.
Can we wake him up now? Can I meet him?
I believe so, yes. It is time to awaken the ultimate life. Welcome to the world, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Shadow, this is Rouge. Do you copy?
Shadow here. I copy.
Are you still aboard the Ark?
Yes, I arrived at the space colony an hour ago.
Well, you're missing the birthday party. I hope you're planning on being here.
I already told you. Gun detected an unusual biosignature aboard the Ark. I'm not leaving until I eliminate any possible threat.
There's free food.
There.
That's normal space station behavior. Okay,
Fine.
stop licking my books and lay down.
I won't let you get away.
This isn't something I should have to tell you. There is also a web animation that leads into the events of Shadow Generations. It's included as DLC, at least in the PS5 version, but I didn't want to download 28 gigabytes of HD video that I wasn't even gonna show on stream. Because, you know, don't think I can really just play an entire animated miniseries. Hi, buddy. Hello. What is it that you think we need?
Chaos control!
Let's do this. This is the ultimate power.
So, Shadow has chaos control, which, as usual, allows him to stop time for a limited span. And, oh boy, does this game make good use of it.
Chaos control!
This seems fine. Okay, fine. Shadow's homing attack is also a teleport, which means that unlike Sonic, you can homing attack through things like lasers, and it's not going to do anything. It is going to take me a minute to get used to the fact that the control scheme works more like Frontiers. So, double pressing jump is double jump. You have to hit square in midair to homing attack. Also, how does everyone feel about Radical Highway?
We meet again, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Because Black Doom here
Latest creation.
loves Radical Highway. If you like reddish-purple kaleidoscope San Francisco, you're in luck. Almost.
The promised time will arrive once more. You cannot deny your fate.
Yeah.
No thanks.
What?
Bye.
So what I was tracking was him. I won't let him escape again.
The fake Chaos Emerald Tails made to foil the Doctor's plans. Even I have a hard time distinguishing between the two of them.
Hey, we know that guy. We know those guys too. Oh. This is accessible from the beginning. Interesting. You know what? Yeah, we'll do rail things immediately. So... third Sonic movie came out last December. And as a cross-promotion with it, there's a DLC level based on it.
Where am I now?
Stop whining. Complete with movie shadow skin, voiced by Keanu Reeves.
Huh? Is that me? Huh? I've taken on another form? I feel as if I've left my own dimension.
This doesn't have anything to do with the rest of the game, naturally.
Looks like I've kept my
Ray, lay down.
abilities. Yep.
But it is just a neat little bonus.
A beautiful city. It looks like how Maria described the Earth.
I did not chaos control in time. This one.
Yep. Yep.
Unfortunately, you can only use the movie skin and relatively flat Keanu Reeves voice acting in this level.
I need to find my way back. Or fight my way out.
But it's still kind of fun.
Yep.
It also, as you might expect, doesn't have a lot to do with the movie itself.
What are they?
It's really just the setting. Early scenes in the movie take place in Tokyo. So here's Shadow trying to figure out what the heck is going on in Tokyo. And looking super cool while doing it.
You can't stop me. I must keep moving. Freeze!
No, stopping time doesn't stop fire. There are unique collectibles in this stage. These little cards that give access to little screenshots of the movie. This is mostly noteworthy because the stage came out about 2 weeks ahead of the movie.
This is too slow.
So I don't really remember how much of this was the stuff we were seeing for the first time. I wouldn't guess that the answer is a lot.
Not a big deal.
But yeah, there's Tokyo.
Oh. Control! I have no time for this. I have to complete my mission. But I'll be back.
It's only one act. It's a nice, neat little bonus. And it came out a couple months after the base game.
Shadow. I will assist you, Shadow.
So I hadn't actually seen it before in a fresh save. Shadow Generations does sort of follow the same structure as Sonic Generations, in that there are 2 acts, and one of them is primarily 2D. Though it does switch the order up. The first act is the 3D focused one. There are also hidden paths that you can get using those green glowy spots with chaos control. Are you too hot, buddy? Is that your issue? It got really hot yesterday for November. I think that's part of why I was struggling to focus. You can hit triangles to throw chaos spears. They auto-target onto specific things. Have chaos control ready. Chaos Spheres generally cannot defeat enemies, but they can stun them. Fortunately, interactive stage elements like the Chaos Spear, switches, and doors don't stop. Also, Shadow gets wings. That's a thing, and it's rad as heck. This is essentially Shadow's answer to Sonic's super form. You'll notice that, like Super Sonic, it's draining rings. But as we saw with the opening cutscene, this is taking place concurrently with Generations. So Sonic's got the chaos cycles. Okay, yeah, he is panting up a storm and refusing to settle, so I'm gonna let him back out. I think between being on the second floor and having the PlayStation and laptop and all that running, it's hot in here. Like, there is actually a noticeable difference in temperature just walking out my door.
What was that new power? I've never done anything like that before. It's not something I should normally be able to do, yet it felt natural. What could be causing these mutations?
Maria, wait!
Maria? No. She's gone. I'm seeing things. Maria!
Shadow, I beg of you. Please, do it for me.
Maria?
For all the people on that planet. Sayonara, Shadow the Hedgehog.
I need to stay focused. Deal with the problem at hand, not chase dreams.
Sonic's white space. Shadows is a three-dimensional explorable area. You can use the collectibles you get in acts to open these little boxes, depending on what symbol is on them and what key you use to unlock them. They'll have different types of collectibles. It's the same kind of thing that we unlocked in Sonic's side. Music, artwork, and in this case the new thing is the books that are little lore summaries. So, just to demonstrate, first of all, here's some of the stuff that we got. The Tokyo stage, which I guess does use in-game graphics, not movie stills. This is significant. The physical version of the game on launch came with a physical printing of this journal that you can otherwise unlock in-game. The journal ties together a lot of things. These are just text summaries of Shadow's role in previous games. I believe it's Adventure 2, Shadow the Hedgehog, Heroes. Those two are out of order for some reason. 06 and maybe Forces? The only profiles we've got right now are Shadow himself and Mega, who wasn't in Generations to begin with. Do we have any music? I don't think we have. Actually, there's DLC music. One of the things that the Deluxe Edition gives you is a whole bunch of vocal tracks. Throw It All Away is Shadow's theme from Adventure 2. This Machine is Team Dark's theme from Heroes. I Am All of Me is the main theme for Shadow the Hedgehog, the game. Waking Up, The Chosen One, and All Hail Shadow, and Never Turn Back are all ending themes from Shadow the Hedgehog. The Chosen One has not shown up that much since its initial appearance, nor have Waking Up and Never Turn Back. There is an ending theme that is not in Shadow Generations. Likely because it is significantly darker. The title of it is Almost Dead. The Crush 40 version of All Hail Shadow, I believe, is the version that was used in 06 as his character theme, and has kind of been the basis for future uses of it. And then we have the usual suspects of just general main themes, though, again, Endless Possibility is not in Shadow Generations. Looking past the initial release of Sonic Generations, we have the Lost World theme, several themes from Sonic Forces, the main theme and a few racetrack themes from Team Sonic Racing, and several songs from Frontiers. There are unlockable songs as well. Those are just the ones that we have because of the Deluxe Edition. I wonder why they made that change. I believe that the 2D poses are it might be a different set, but this is the same visual style that was used for Sonic X in the mid-2000s. I think they specifically reference some animation renders that are actually just from Sonic X.
Something calls to me.
But for legal reasons, they can't directly refer to it as Sonic X. Because specific animation instances have different rights and restrictions than the games and the broader franchise as a whole. So now we can shoot more spears.
A new power.
It's essentially a charged version of Chaos Spear. We're not going to be collecting all of the screws, by the way, or bolts, or whatever they are. That's another 100% thing that... No. They are completely unmarked. There are 80 of them around the hub. And I don't want to do that again.
Out of my way!
This game is, of course, Shadow Generations, so each of its stages also come from a past Sonic game. In most cases, they're games that Shadow himself played a part in. This, for instance, is Skyrim from Sonic Heroes. And you could pretty immediately tell from the Space Colony Arc stage that this game was released last year. And is not a remaster of a game that was released like 13 years ago. Thereabouts. Holy cow, does it look good. That's fine. I have enough of those. Ankles are overrated. I haven't really brought it up, and I ignored the tutorial thing for it because I already know. But... huh. The stunning ability of Chaos Spear comes in handy for spiked enemies and others that have some level of protection on them. So hey, how do we feel about Radical Highway? We're going to be seeing Radical Highway a lot. I mean, trippy, funky rap. But Radical Highway, I'd say.
One way or another. Out of my way.
But it's still not enough.
back to our regularly scheduled Skyrim. Well, I am out of boost. Which is unfortunate here.
This is the ultimate power.
I was worried about it. This is fine. Music. I like that it just has sky rails from Shadow the Hedgehog. Rail Canyon is the stage from Heroes. A lot of these stages have similar names. Exactly as planned. Exactly as planned. I have made a mistake. I didn't have Chaos Control charged because I died. I didn't register that that was a spiky enemy until it was slightly too late for me to do anything about it.
This is the ultimate power.
We want Chaos Control here. They start blowing up the tracks. It's really annoying. And the game is just built to encourage you to use Chaos Control throughout the level.
Chaos Control!
Though it's usually a pretty good sign that you should be using Chaos Control if they give you a full Chaos Control charge. similarly to Sonic's side, the classic stages, or the 2D stages rather, are more similar. Not words. They're shorter. That's what I was trying to say. It's neat to see the black arms again, because they, along with Black Doom, have not been in any game since Shadow the Hedgehog. Shadow Generations has a strange relationship with Shadow's previous game. In the sense that
Something calls to me.
it's finally willing to acknowledge that Shadow the Hedgehog happened. In every sense that it can, without actually highlighting the game.
No. No.
There are there are a lot of stages in Shadow the Hedgehog. There are a lot of stages in Shadow the Hedgehog that share stage themes with Sonic Adventure 2 and/or Heroes. The various Space Colony Arc stages are a component of that. Unclear. In this case, you actually do have to do all of the bonus stages.
Let's do this. Free. All right. This is ultimate power.
The other nice thing with Chaos Control on these level is that it stops the stage timer. So it is genuinely easier to finish stages with a good ranking if you make good use of chaos control. Yeah. Also, in Sonic Generations, the bonus stages are connected to their own little micro challenges. And those micro challenges unlock further collectibles. No, I'm missing something. Oh. Oh.
Do this.
Again, we're not 100%ing these. Yeah. Train from Sonic 06. For another rail-based stage. Well, I'm glad you didn't have time to activate your spikes. Uh-oh. I'll take the time loss over just plummeting into the abyss. Yeah, that's a good example of being able to get myself a better rank by using chaos control well. Almost out of time? Just stop time! It's that easy. I actually don't know how well the sound effects are gonna come through on your end, because the PS5 version sends a lot of sound effects through the controller.
Shadow? Please don't smash us to bits! Hello? No! Yes!
No! Shush! Buddy! Wow!
Orbot and Cubot are the ones that want all those bolts. I believe you get something for every 10 of them you collect.
Let's do this.
This one was a tricky S-rank.
Out of my way. Yeah.
Not even because of hitting the targets, so much as hitting the targets and getting to the end of it.
Out of my way.
It is a tight time limit. But, also like Sonic Generations, finishing all the bonus stages does restore color to the environment. Oh, nice. That's an Impulse. Of Sonic 06 fame. That's amusing. Skyrell's the stage in Adventure 2. I had a vague feeling that Shadow wasn't correct.
Yeah. Let's do this. This is the ultimate power. Yeah.
A nice thing in comparison to Sonic Generations is that if you get the collectibles once, you do not need to do it again. Even if you die before you actually get the collectible to the end of a stage, you've got it, and you don't need to redo it. There we go. Flame core. Structurally, the one thing that I find really disappointing here is that you can't actually climb up on the stage dioramas. Fortunately, you don't have to take out every single artificial chaos here, but I don't want to get in the habit of missing them. I gotta say, it also feels very good to just go nuts on these things. They are so awful to deal with in Adventure 2. I used Chaos Control. We're familiar with these. One ring, get through the stage. I believe that the differences in challenge stages compared to their regular variants, or rather the regular stages that they're variants of, are more significant in Shadow Generations. Here we can do this last challenge stage. Missed the music token there, but that's fine. Also, if you can hear the dog whining out there, I promise he's okay. He just gets like this when my family is mowing, and thus he's not outside, but they are. Being in here with me would not change that. Go. I don't think we actually needed all of the boss keys to unlock this first boss. but I'm fairly certain that by the end, the total of quantities we need is exactly how many. So, I'd rather just take care of him now. I love how Doom Blast specifically just opens up so much potential for shortcuts around the hub. Particularly with how much bigger this hub is than the Sonic variant of Whitespace. Having ways to get around it faster is very nice. Yeah, we only needed 3 this time. Before we jump into this first boss, I'm gonna run and use the restroom and refill my water bottle. Because hydration is important. So, I'll be right back and then we'll fight whatever this is. Okay, yeah, it's 72 downstairs. We normally keep the house like mid-60s. And my room is noticeably warmer. So that's not helping. Anyway. Time for this thing after, like, 20 years to finally have a good freaking fight.
You tortured soul, I will end your suffering. It's no use. You can't keep pace with me. Your energy is still unstable. You need to target the light strike.
Eventually. Also, I hate how its skills look in this game.
You think those will stop me? Huh. Mutation. I already know your weaknesses. Too easy.
Don't think that I've made it any secret that I am not fond of the Biolizard fight in Adventure 2. And the fight in Generations on the 3DS is exactly the same. This sure isn't. And it is all the better for it.
Stop struggling and cling to a cruel fate. I'll show you which of us is the true ultimate light.
Right, not that one.
Chaos control!
Don't mind me, just gonna casually kick the sun. So yeah, a far better fight than its Adventure 2 incarnation. Hey, you want more hub world? Here's some more hub world.
I destroyed you once. I will do it again.
You defeated us, but the Black Arms live on. And this temporal anomaly has accelerated my plans to revive my forces and consume the world.
Show yourself. We'll finish this here and now.
You are not ready yet. We are not ready yet. Once you have been perfected, then we will have our reckoning.
I wonder which way I should go.
Something calls to me.
So how do you feel about the manta ray races in Mario Galaxy? We sure do have a big old manta ray now. This, meanwhile, is Kingdom Valley. And it got quite the glow up. Row 6. This is my favorite stage in Shadow Generators. Thematically, you know. I mean, I've seen people ask when watching someone stream. I've seen people ask if this was a Black Knight stage. And I wish. But it has that vibe, and I love that vibe. In case I haven't made it clear yet, I am a massive fan of Sonic and the Black Knight. That wasn't quite what I was intending. I think I could have Doom Blasted. Also, I will let the robot enemies in this level serve as my evidence for the Eggman bots in 06 look like Aperture Science creations. Or, you know, gun droids created by Apple. Maybe not the red ones, so.
Chaos control!
Just such a pretty stage. And riding rails made of wind? Chef's kiss. I have no notes. Oops.
Alright.
I have no notes except I'm really glad that Shadow doesn't have to fly a plane here. Because that was Shadow's mechanic in 06. Not Chaos powers. He just got vehicles. Which worked 100% without issue all the time. There are definitely parts of this stage that call out more to Sonic's iteration of Kingdom Valley. And is saying that, I don't actually remember if Shadow even goes to Kingdom Valley. I think he does. I don't think there are a lot of stages that all three stories don't visit at some point. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I was talking briefly about Project 06, but also look at this part. This isn't a Metal Gear game, but we sure do have Shadow Moses. Anyway, there's been an ongoing fan project to completely remake 06. At least the gameplay. And I think that it's got all 3 campaigns out. It's just missing bosses and the final story.
Let's do this.
But it's taken the time and effort to address a lot of the game's flaws and clean up the gameplay for all 3 major characters. I've been waiting to play through it, until it's finished, essentially. But everything that I've seen looks fantastic. So, if you're going to play 06, play Project 06. Well, I didn't die. And I say from a frankly embarrassing amount of experience that if you get crushed here, you do die.
No!
You can also die like that. I've done that before. Rip. Not fast enough.
This is the ultimate power.
This was not my best use of chaos control.
Chaos control.
That was a better use of chaos control. Not totally necessary, but still makes me feel better. There are a lot of ways that you can save time in this stage that made it a lot of fun to go for an S rank with. Now, the next stage... Okay, actually, things get kind of interesting here. Because who should we find but Big the freaking cat? Who... I don't think has ever canonically interacted with Shadow at any point?
Hello. Your name's Shadow, isn't it? Have you seen my good buddy, Froggy? Hey there.
Like, Big makes several cameos in specifically the Dreamcast version of Sonic Adventure 2. But they're cameos. He just shows up in the background of places. They're both playable characters in Sonic Heroes, but their teams never interact. And outside of that, they show up in spin-offs. There's never been a point that these two characters have interacted. Big is just here?
Sure is peaceful here. Do you like to fish? Hey there.
The characters around the hub have different things to say throughout the game. Big actually has one of the more interesting lines, because he specifically references meeting Princess Elise, who is a major character in 06, but given that 06 is 06, has never been referenced by anything other than the most extended universe side material. Like, she showed up in one of the Japanese Sonic website's monthly calendar art images. I think last year or 2 years ago? And that is the only time she has been referenced in the series since 06. Until Big mentions running into her here. Man. Those balloons have pieces of Gerald's journal in them. Those are how you unlock the journal pages in game. So this is the point that things get really interesting. This stage is from Sonic Forces, which had not come out when Generations was released, and thus has not canonically taken place yet. Naturally, because this is a game of time travel shenanigans anyway, it follows that not everything would necessarily be from the past.
This is the ultimate power.
But, again, just because of the circumstances around the game releasing,
Let's do this.
Sonic Generations couldn't reference anything that hadn't happened yet. Because the games hadn't happened yet. To say that Forces is not a well-regarded game is perhaps an understatement.
Out of my way.
I only finally played it 2 years ago, maybe? And it sure is a video game.
Out of my way.
The game that's there isn't terrible, but my first time playthrough took about 3 hours? Without skipping any cutscenes, not finishing every level on my first try. The game really doesn't know what it wants to be. Welcome to Radical Highway.
So, you think this will stop me?
Granted, this part actually doesn't feel as much like Radical Highway as it does the Null Zone Forces, which is interesting. Mostly because of the prominent use of white buildings. These are still Adventure 2 gun robots. This is Radical Highway. Because Black Doom freaking loves Radical Highway. Whoops. Uh-oh. There we go.
All right.
Hope the party goes well. And yeah, Black Doom is the main antagonist of Shadow's side. Which is excellent. Sunset Heights, that's the name of this level. I knew it was Sunset something. But nothing I was thinking of felt correct. Again, I played Forces once. Granted, I've probably spent more time playing Sunset Heights in Shadow Generations than I did playing the entirety of Forces. So, I guess that's a thing. And I actually do like the level quite a bit here. Right. I forgot how the pointy suitcase is really. It does some cool moments here. love that this section of the stage is raining. This section being the entire act, the entirety of Act 2.
Control!
Okay, rude. Because again, this is the differences in lighting we wanted to see more of in the bonus challenges in Sonic Generations. Because just changing the lighting radically alters the level's color palette. There are not a lot of levels in this game.
Let's do this.
We have already played half of the main stages. And both Rail Canyon and both acts of Rail Canyon and Act 1 of Sunset Heights have that very warm tone sunset color palette. So Kingdom Valley is a cooler color palette. Cooler as in cool colors, not as in you get more necessarily. I mean, I do like it more, but that's because my favorite colors are cool. But that doesn't make it an inherently better. The rain here gives Sunset Heights Act 2 a very distinct look from Act 1. And I like that a lot. If Maria is present in the flesh, you do not mess with her when Shadow's around.
Maria.
Shadow!
Maria! Thank you, Shadow.
Where did you learn to fight like that?
They must be from a point in time before the Ark disaster. Perhaps I can change their fate.
Shadow? You look grim. Are you alright?
I'll be fine. We'll all be fine. Find somewhere safe to hide. I'll take care of everything.
I love this. Using the time
Shadow.
travel past and present.
Be careful, Shadow. Shadow.
Using that nature that already existed in
Very good.
Sonic Generations to bring back not so much places from Shadow's past, but people. Shadow's arc isn't interesting throughout the games that he's been in. It's common knowledge at this point that Shadow was not supposed to survive
Out of my way.
Adventure 2. Whoops. Shadow and I suppose I am about to spoil every game prior to this that Shadow has been in, but we can do one of these. Shadow acts as essentially the main antagonist of Adventure 2. That's not really clear for most of the game. Given that you have his side of things via the Dark Story. But even behind the backs of Rouge and Eggman, Shadow is actively malicious for the majority of the game. He's the one who knowingly triggered the Ark's descent towards Earth. And it's not until Amy reminds him of what Maria actually wanted that he changes course to protect the world. Ultimately, in doing that, he makes what appears to be a heroic sacrifice to stop the Bio-Lizard, to stop the descent colony, thus to protect the world from a cataclysmic event of his own making. And that was supposed to be it. But Shadow ended up being a breakout character. Really, the breakout character. To the extent that they knew people wanted him back. So then you have Sonic Heroes, where Shadow is mysteriously present bound and woken up by Rouge. They were dropping frames. I'll continue in a moment. Appears to have restabilized now. So, Sonic Heroes. Maria finds Shadow in stasis in a capsule.
Out of my way!
Being guarded by Omega. He has no memory of the events of Adventure 2, and very little memory to speak of. So, a significant portion of his involvement in Heroes, in addition to the individual motivations of Rouge and Omega, Rouge wants shiny things, and may be a government spy at that point, and Omega just really hates Eggman. Omega's entire character arc is Eggman made me and abandoned me, so I must become the strongest of all of Eggman's creations. But also, heck him. And for Shadow, the arc is figuring out who and what he is. That's not exactly what I was hoping would happen. At the end of Heroes, at least at the end of Team Dark's story in Heroes, they find an entire, essentially, warehouse full of identical capsules, each of which also contains Shadow. So there's this unresolved question of whether the Shadow we've been playing as the whole game is Shadow. And that is one of the questions going into Shadow's own game, where he still doesn't have complete memories of who he was before or during Adventure 2. So a lot of the reason that he is willing to go along with Black Doom is that Black Doom claims that he can give information. Black Doom claims to know who Shadow is and where he came from. This was another tricky ass rank. I say, and then just S-rank it immediately. Okay. It's possible. I think that you unlock a second set of harder challenge stages when you finish the game. So it's possible that a lot of my memories of, oh boy, this took me a long time, are actually the harder versions of the stages. Or despite the fact that it's been a year. Okay, I call shenanigans up. Anyway, that or despite the fact that it's been a year, I've still retained a lot of the muscle memories.
Freeze.
Must have been frames too late using Chaos Control the first time. Oh yeah. Even 06. Right, that's where I just came from. Shadow's role in 06 is one of the strongest. Granted, that is relative to the rest of 06, but by the time he gets through his own game, which is impossible to talk about like a normal person, because it is just the name of the character. He has resolved the uncertainty about his past. He's come to terms with the loss of Rhea and his former life on the Ark. He's learned and confronted and defeated his past. And no longer has all those questions about what defines him. I mean, that's why the name of the best ending theme is Never Turn Back. We're going into 06.
Alright. This is the ultimate power.
Shadow is self-assured and confident. More so than he's ever gotten to be. And he uses that to continue to define himself. Through rejecting others' notions of him. There's a reason that his quote, "If the world chooses to become my enemy, then I will fight like I always have," continues to come up. I mean, for one thing, it's just a metal line, but that is at the core of his character. He has figured out for himself who he is, and no one else's perspective on that matters. And thankfully that's still true because that character development happened before 06. Oh yeah. The issues with that game are numerous. Sonic is chief among them, because despite the game being named after him, he contributes nothing. He is the only one of the three major characters who doesn't have an arc. He just kind of wanders around the entire game. Shadow is incredible and actually puts work into figuring out what's going on. Silver is at the core of the conflict and ends up with almost a... I can't quite call it a mentor-mentee role for Shadow, because the biggest contribution Shadow makes to Silver's character path is roundhouse kicking him in the back of the head. But he still has this chance to see how someone else figures himself out in the context of a world that isn't as he wants it to be. They both have great character arcs. The rest of the game being what it is. But then, I don't remember at all how you get that. It's not important, so I'm going to move on. But because of how much 06 upped, that was really the point at which they started moving away from other characters the most that a majority of the cast got after that point is the equivalent to the cameos they make in Generations. They show up, they say a few words, and they're there to support Sonic. So even Shadow didn't really get much character development between 06 and Shadow Generations. With the acknowledgement that they've all but directly stated that Sonic has some memory of the events of 06. Only Sonic. Shadow has a role in Forces. He's got his own little 3-stage DLC that shows where he was for the majority of the game, which was basically in the digital Shadow realm. Oh good, more radical train. But narratively, Shadow's only real contribution to Forces is that he beat up the antagonist once, and that started the antagonist's entire villain arc. Yeah. The thing is that Sonic Boom, at least, if you have a pre-patched version, has the benefit of being funny. Because of things like a glitch that just lets Knuckles jump infinitely. Forces doesn't. You can make the world's most cursed Sonic OCs. That part's fun.
Chaos control.
Nice. But yeah, Forces is a game. Boom also has the benefit of being explicitly an alternate continuity. So the fact that it is of dubious quality matters less. But essentially, while you have an unknown period between Shadow's game and Colors and then, well, Unleashed Colors Generations, this is a Shadow who is satisfied with who he is. This is a Shadow who doesn't want to move backwards even if I need him to break more crates. This was probably the worst S rank in the game. I have very clear memories of spending way too long on this mission in particular. But fortunately, it's not that hard to just beat. So, getting back to the topic of this game in the context of Shadow's character work. Because it's taking place an indeterminate but still not super long time after he's resolved the Black Doom situation the first time, we have a Shadow who has accepted that his past doesn't define him, and that he can't get his past back. Suddenly confronted with the very real possibility that he can, in fact, get his past back. Because Maria is right there, and thus very clearly has not died yet. Yeah, I think I only had to look up guides on getting all the dang bolts, because, again, there are 80 of them, and they are not marked on the map at all. So, summary of the last, half hour of gambling. I like that Shadow gets to see Maria and Gerald here, because it gives that final closure to that part of him. And I just think that's neat. Speaking of things that are neat, holy crap, this boss fight. Metal Overlord.
Accept your fate, you can't harm
Whoops. Metal Overlords made a handful of appearances in the IDW comics, or at least a very prominent appearance in one of the first arcs of the IDW comics.
Joining the rubble in the water.
But for the most part, Metal Sonic's been relegated to non-vocal minion, partially because of the whole Metal Overlord thing and trying to usurp Eggman at one time. Also, I love that. One of the big things in the Sonic Heroes was Metal Sonic copying the data of the heroes. Amy's team gets involved because Metal Sonic kidnaps a Chow that's a friend of Cream's Chow Cheese and Froggy. Because Chaos in Sonic Adventure is a mutated Chow, and Froggy had a part of Chaos during the events of Sonic Adventure.
You think you can stop me?
So Metal uses those two to get data from Chaos. Gets ultimate life form data from Shadow, including, as he said here, Chaos Control, and the assortment of other things provided by the presence of Team Sonic and Team Chaotix. I don't think that he ever mentions any specific benefit to I don't think he mentions any specific benefit to that. So, Metal Overlord then is a culmination of the Dreamcast era. That requires all 12 characters, including Sonic in his super form and Tails and Knuckles there to defeat. And now Shadow can do it himself. Which is somehow an even bigger flex than Sonic not needing the Chaos Emeralds to fight Perfect Chaos anymore. The final boss of the game about the power of friendship. Shadow can beat on his own. I'm a little sad that we didn't get a new remix or arrangement of What I'm Made Of. They kind of just awkwardly gave it the Sonic Frontiers boss theme treatment and split up what already existed through Metal Overlord's phases.
Shadow? Are you in pain?
No. I feel a connection to the symbol in the sky. It's the same tinkle as my new abilities.
It is the power of Black
It's also
Doom.
so interesting to see how
I made a Faustian deal with that monster.
Maria
Create
in
Shadow.
particular
Now it seems that we all have
interacts
to
with
pay
and
for
responds
my
to
sins.
a shadow who has
Powers.
gone through
That symbol. They're all
her death, for
connected.
one thing, and
Maria's illness couldn't
a
be
ton of other character development
I
besides.
could better manage her condition on the Ark, even if her family didn't like the idea. I attempted to develop the ultimate life form as a means to find a cure for Maria. My own experiments reached their frustrating limits. So when that alien warlord reached out to me and offered the miracle of chaos control, I accepted it. Through his DNA, the ultimate life form was born. Black Doom wanted me to make the perfect warrior for him. So these new abilities are all part of his grand design. You two are linked by blood. As you grow in power, so does he. He will either take control of your mind and make you his ultimate weapon,
Oh yeah,
take over your body, and be reborn evil.
I
Huh. You made me the ultimate life form, Professor. Black Doom is a fool. I'll take this power and use it as my own.
I love Sonic 3 as a movie. I think that it handles Shadow really well. I really, really hope, even though I don't know how it would work, I kind of hope that we have legitimately seen the last of Jim Carrey as Eggman.
Hmm?
Because especially two Jim Carreys as two Eggs men. Yeah, that happens in 06. Because Silver learns how to use chaos control from watching Shadow do it once. But yeah, movie Eggman is a character, and movie Gerald is that cranked up to 11.
Shadow.
Thanks, Maria. Love Maria here so much because we've never really gotten any look at her character. She's just kind and sweet and dead, and that's it. But she's also here established as a silly kid who likes cool things. I mean, the journal establishes that Shadow's shoes were her design. And that is hilarious. Because it has the implication that Gerald was like, "You'll need something. What else do I give the ultimate life form?" And Maria was like, "Rocket shoes. Give him rocket shoes." They can look like this. Give him rocket shoes. This and the Dark Beginnings prequel animation were the only things that established Abraham Tower's name in the games. He is the gun commander that plays a significant role in Shadow's game. Anyway, I believe that that name was established in comics? And then because they don't like talking about Shadow the Hedgehog, he just never came up again. Where am I going? Into the goo that I don't have an answer for yet.
Something calls to me.
But I especially like how seeing Gerald here, seeing him as this well-intentioned scientist, oh yeah, how do you like Splatoon? We feel good about Splatoon? Shadow's power set in this game is so goofy, and I love it.
Locations with this.
This game just makes me smile. I'm just happy to be here. So anyway, here's a level from Sonic Frontiers. Which is my second favorite level. At least thematically. Because... Oops. I really love Sonic Frontiers. I need to stop trying to rely on the muscle memory I built trying to S-rank this stage. This was a tough S-rank. The presence of a Sonic Frontiers stage is extremely funny, though. Shadow's not in Frontiers. I don't He might be mentioned in one of Eggman's audio logs, but that makes Shadow in Frontiers as much as it makes Jet the Hawk from Sonic Riders in Frontiers. But I only kind of care, because this stage is incredible, and the arrangements of the Chaos Island theme are incredible. Plus, I mean, this gives me more fuel to ask for Silver Generations, because clearly he doesn't need to have been in the game to get a stage from it. While Shadow's abilities in this game, Doom Morph is the hardest to control, but it is so cool if you get the hang of it. And Chaos Island gives you plenty of opportunities to get the hang of it. It's also really interesting how they took Sonic Frontiers' completely open level design and translated it to a more linear, traditional Sonic stage. Because Chaos Island is, at least Act 1, the one that's still primarily 3D, is probably the single most open stage in this game.
Out of my way.
There are a lot of alternate paths here.
Out of my way.
There are so many different ways to tackle the same obstacles, and I think that makes it perfect as the Doom Morph stage, because Doom Morph also gives you just an immense amount of freedom of mobility, again, when you know how to use it. So giving you room to explore with that is just a lot of fun. But here's the thing. I'll go ahead and spoil the fact that the next and final stage is just Radical Highway, because of course it is. Also, the inclusion of the sulfur pools in the background here, another excellent way to change up the color palette of the stage for Act 2. They do a really good job at that on Shadow's side of things. But yeah, last stage is Radical Highway, which is particularly funny given Black Doom's obsession with it. It wasn't there. Black Doom's never been to Radical Highway. But that means the stages we have are Rail Canyon from Heroes, Sunset Heights from Forces, Kingdom Valley from 06, Radical Highway from Adventure 2, and Chaos Island from Frontiers, along with a more nebulous space colony. None of the stages in this game are definitively from Shadow's own game. Again, I love this stage. But we got a stage from a game Shadow does not appear in, rather than the game that he starred in first. Which just lends itself to this feeling that they're willing to do anything except lean on Shadow the Hedgehog as a video. They'll bring back Black Doom, they'll bring back Black Arms, they'll carry plot threads that were primarily established in the game. They don't want anything to do with the game. I mean, I totally get not giving Shadow a gun again. That's not really within... I'm gonna stop talking because this scene is incredible.
I found you, Shadow!
The blue hedgehog, of all places.
You have something I need.
You can wait until my business is finished.
Yeah, sorry, but that Chaos Emerald and I have a date with a monster.
Well then, it'll be a date to die for.
One thing, they crammed as many references into that conversation as they could.
Nice hustle, but I won this one. So I'm taking the emerald. See ya!
I finally find you, and what do I see? Sonic defeating you. What happened?
I will beat him on equal terms, or not at all.
A fine time for you to be honorable. Now he has the Chaos Emerald.
No, he has a fake emerald. I'll have you swap it for the real thing after I'm finished with my mission.
Wow, look at you. As a professional jewel thief, I approve.
But I just love that. Shadow's Chaos powers need a Chaos Emerald to activate. So he has to have a Chaos Emerald for the duration of his storyline. But he also needs to lose to Sonic and provide Sonic with another Chaos Emerald that already just happened to be the same color as the fake emerald Tails made in Adventure 2. So they bring that back. Shadow doesn't use his new powers because he wants to fight on equal footing. And they just pull a switcheroo with the yellow Chaos Emerald right at the end of the game. It's a shame that we don't get a Sonic boss fight, But, again, Shadow couldn't win, narratively. And it would be way more frustrating to have a Sonic boss fight that ended in, yeah, but actually you lose. Particularly with Shadow's new power set. If it's not obvious, I do not have a full grasp of how to use Doom Morph. But I do love just how annoyed he looks walking through the sludge. This man is angry because he's being inconvenienced. Gate. One more round of boss keys we need to get. Because we have 2 and this needs 4. But hey, this puts us back close to the start. I'm pretty sure that I jumped into that well before the rest of the hub area had been revealed 5 or 6 times, trying to figure out what was down there. Oh yeah, that's something I want to do. Now that I have finished Chaos Island, oh Maria.
Shadow.
Oh, Shadow?
It's a big thing that is in optional dialogue. Shadow wants so badly to do something to change their fate, but can't.
Really?
And that's another thing. It specifically acknowledges Silver having a potential connection to this concept. Give us Silver Generations. Let my man do something. Give me a convenient excuse for Silver to lose to Sonic. Granted, Silver losing to Sonic makes more sense than Shadow with new powers losing to Sonic.
Whoa. Hey.
big just describing the events of Adventure and Adventure 2. Knowing that his role sounds completely unrealistic. We might have missed the dialogue for him referencing Elise. But he does specifically mention having encountered a nice, pretty princess while he was wandering through the city. That's not the direction I wanted to go. There we go. Do more was fun. There are a lot of ways to take on this specific mission. The route that I took got all of the collectibles. But that room in Chaos Island is very open-ended. I did it. Oh no. Well, I'm gonna have to do something about that.
This is the ultimate power.
I think that was another artwork key.
Let's do this. Chaos control.
I'm not sure that's where they wanted me to use that, but it's fine.
Chaos control.
They did such a good job making Shadow feel powerful and distinct from Sonic in his gameplay, which is particularly impressive given that in Adventure 2, mimicking Sonic's gameplay is his job. He is there to be the dark story counterpart to Sonic. Where are the things? There they are. So, really being able to break into his power set does a lot for this game. like my silly little Frontiers parkour challenges to get collectibles. There we go. There are easier ways to get there. I didn't take them. That's right.
Freeze! Alright. This is the power. Let's do this.
Even Shadow's initial gave you some control over chaos powers, but not a lot. You didn't have free reign to just fling chaos spears, for one thing. The closest a game's come to allowing that is, funny enough, Black Knight. Oh. There is one particular sword you can get for definitely not Shadow, don't worry about it, that gives you Chaos Spears and Chaos Blast as part of your finisher. It makes Shadow hilariously overpowered. Sorry, Lancelot. Because technically... Oh, those spikes do stick through the bottom part of the combo, huh? Anyway, technically, despite bearing great resemblance to other Sonic characters, the Knights of the Round Table are not those Sonic characters. Because nobody in Black Knight actually gets isekai'd into the story except for Sonic. They've been very strict about that clarification in subsequent appearances of the Knights of the Round. Which, again, there haven't been For instance... Got it. Terminal Montage and Animation Channel did a sponsored animation about Shadow leading up to Generations, and had to specifically mention we wanted to include Lancelot anyway, but he's technically not Shadow. I want to get to this next boss fight anyway. I don't remember if I actually finished my thought on, hey, we're getting pretty close to the end, but hey, we're getting pretty close to the end, so if you've been waiting to make a donation, now's the time. I mean, probably within the next hour or so. There we go. I can occasionally do it. This boss is fascinating. The fact that this boss is even present is fascinating.
What is this? A seal of some sort?
Mephiles has appeared
And restore myself
only
time.
in 06.
In darkness.
And as his first line made clear, knows that he does not have a place in reality right now.
This is it. I urge
What you're talking about? I will crush you all the same.
And again, due to the events of Sonic 06 being erased from the timeline at the end of the game, nobody but Sonic really remembers anything from 06. Which may as well mean that nobody remembers anything from 06, because Sonic doesn't see anything. Mephiles is part of an entity that is a light and time-based deity.
I'll just take care of them all.
So, Mephiles being here is fascinating because Shadow has no idea who he is.
Disappointed
Take this.
This is the ultimate gap.
Shadow has no idea who he is, and obliterates him. Just completely.
There is no future for you. Ever.
That boss fight's a lot of fun. It took a while for me to S-rank it the first time. Another point of just interesting little theme that someone else has pointed out about this game. Every boss is Shadow.
Don't be frightened.
The promised time is nigh upon us, Shadow. Soon, you will be mine.
Shadow will never serve you. He's nothing like you.
Gerald may have given him this unassuming form, but the blood of the Black Arms flows in his veins. He is a warrior, a destroyer.
Yes, the warrior that will destroy you.
I have learned from our last encounter. There will be no mistakes this time. Struggle all you want. You will be mine.
Professor, what do you think he means he learned from our last encounter?
I surmise you defeated him at some point in the future. He has grown a new body and used the nebulous nature of time in white space to accelerate his plans for revenge.
He's right. No more mistakes. This time, I will crush every last one of them.
Shadow, no!
Maria?
It breaks my heart to see you so full of anger. This isn't who you are. Do you know why I named you Shadow? Because without light, there's only darkness. But a shadow will show you where to find the light. Do you understand? I don't want you to be driven by darkness. I want you to be happy. Stand in the light with peace in your heart.
Rhea being here is so good. But yeah, stating that every boss in this game is Shadow isn't even a joke. The Bio-Lizard is a prototype of Shadow.
Something calls to me.
Metal Overlord is Metal Sonic enhanced with data from both Chaos and Shadow. Mephiles copies Shadow's form in his initial appearance. It's been 20 years and we still don't actually have a link between the similarities of Shadow and Sonic. Unless it's just hedgehogs in this universe look like that. But then, obviously, we haven't fought Black Doom yet. And now Black Doom is bringing Radical Highway to us. Because we still haven't gone to Radical freaking Highway. Welcome to the Hell Dimension. We have Radical Highway. finally get to control Doomwind in the open world.
You cannot deny me, Shadow. You are finally complete. Come, face me. I shall claim you, mind, body, and soul, and become the perfect being.
It is time.
I'm sorry I put you on this path, Shadow. But I'm proud of how you have walked it. I believe in you, son.
Shadow!
It's all right, Maria. I'm letting go of that destructive anger. But I will continue to fight. Fight with your wish in my heart. Your wish for everyone to have a chance to be happy.
We learned so much just from seeing her again.
Nothing can stop me from reaching that high now.
Fortunately, you do still consume rings when you're in Doomwind form, even if you're using Doom Dwarf or something like that. So this is now something we can do. We can turn on or off Doomwind, and we have different times and different rankings with and without. That now applies to every level in the game.
Out of my way!
Oh.
Out of my way! No!
I need to handle this in a different order. I spent a lot of time S-ranking this stage.
Overcome every obstacle with this power.
Because especially with Doomwing, there is so much you can do. Obviously you need the rings and boost power to do it. but you can bypass a significant portion of the basic level geometry if you know where to use Doomwing. I, obviously, do not fully have that knowledge anymore, because it's been a year. Oh yeah, no flying. You have to be glued to the ground for this part. I will say, because the game expects you to do this stage with Doomwing first, rather than the other stages being designed first for Shadow in his normal form, doing it without Doomwing is a lot harder. Uh-oh.
No!
At least I had a checkpoint right there. It's also tough to gain much speed in these sections. Because you have weirdly limited controls. I forgot that Doomwing does make you regen your boost gauge automatically when you're grounded. I messed up. It's not terrible to get to show both sides of the stage, though.
Unleash the power!
I actually have to use... Okay, no, it still does knock me back. Since it's a super form analog to Supersonic, Doomwing is also invincible. But you do still have to deal with knockback. It's hard to know, really. Because of how the timeline works out, or rather, how we don't know, it's hard to say whether this is Black Doom contemporary with where Shadow is, if it's Black Doom from a point in the future where he's restored himself, or if it's Black Doom pulled out of time from when Shadow fought him the first time. It's hard to say. I do need to run to the restroom real quick before we keep going, so I'll be right back, and then we'll work on wrapping this up. Alright. Let's wrap this up, shall we? Look. Look. This is fine. Both acts of Radical Highway were challenging to Ezra. And in both wing and wingless cases, involved a lot of figuring out what I can skip. Not like that. I had a lock on the item capsule for a moment. I just didn't hit the right button. Okay, good. I still landed on the ground. Fair enough. That one's totally skippable, and it's really fun. Just not I don't know if you can get that without Doomwing. I wouldn't expect so. Yeah. The Doomwing stages naturally have much stricter time limits.
The time has come, Shadow.
Agreed. Time to sever this bond between us forever.
Doom is the textbook definition of a final exam. We have Doom Surf for this phase. And you need to do this phase just about perfectly to even have a chance at that here. Because you lose a lot of time to your other ones.
Perhaps I have underestimated your power. Perhaps I should actually start trying.
Hollow threat from a hollow monster.
Got the Doom Mark phase. That I've forgotten how to do. Doomwalk's got some wild momentum-based shenaniganry. So sometimes you just get flopped. And, of course, we have the obligatory Doom Wing stage. Completed with a more capsule arrangement of All Hail Shadow.
A testament to my bloodline. See yourself as what you really are.
I am nothing. I have surpassed you. Time to end this once and for all.
This is another thing that you have to do near perfectly for an S round. You can reflect the blue energy attacks. hit by any of those loses a significant amount of time. And reflecting enough of those blue energy packs gives you a chance for an early hit. It's possible that there's a reason to not just full boost this entire fight, but if there is, I sure don't see it. It's a lovely twirl you've got that way. This is a weird attack to it. But it's the first guaranteed hit of and I believe... Okay, we haven't totally...
Chaos control. Your future is already decided. We will be one.
Ah.
I will not be stopped.
I said we had maybe an hour left, expecting that either that stage or this fight was going to take no longer.
Cannot deny what you are. We are one and the same.
This is the destiny I choose. Now, to end this!
Really like the subtle callback here to
Crafted everything up till now.
the various endings of Shadow's own game. Because prior to the final crew, every ending of that game involves the phrase, "This is who I am." Which is, to a point, a carryover from when Who I Am was gonna be the theme of the game. But it's still... Shadow's character arc is very heavily connected to his identity. And that's true in every game he has a major arc in.
Nice work. Perfect timing, too. Sonic is getting ready to confront the monster that trapped us here. If I'm going to switch the emeralds without him noticing, we have to do it now.
Very well. I leave it to you.
Okay. I'll take care of it. Aren't you coming? He might need your help.
I need to settle something first.
Whatever.
Looks like a homing shot.
Shadow? I knew you could do it.
The little bounce.
Maria!
I'm okay. Really.
Professor, what's happening?
Without Black Doom's influence, the time anomaly is beginning to heal. We are returning to our own point in time.
I'll stop Rouge. Use Chaos Control. Stop this moment in time.
Shadow? No. I don't want to be frozen in one place in time. Besides, your friends need your help.
But you don't know what's going to happen.
I know I'll see you again. And if fate draws us apart, I will always be in your heart.
Maria. Wait.
Here. There are a lot of restrictions on how Sonic characters can be utilized and portrayed in official media. A lot of that has come about after the legal issues surrounding Sonic Chronicles and the former comic artist. I don't have the depth of knowledge to speak confidently on that matter, but I know that one of the some of the restrictions around Shadow very heavily limit his emotional expressiveness. He, at least outwardly, doesn't consider Sonic a friend. He doesn't consider the rest of the cast friends. I'm uncertain the extent to which that covers Rouge and Omega, who would be the characters I would expect he could call friends. But he's also... Shadow can't make jokes. Shadow doesn't just smile. And the reason that I bring all of this up is that giving Shadow room to shed one tear is massive. And the fact that it had to be a tear flying back and hitting Rouge, that they didn't show him cry, I expect is a part of that as well. I really hope that Shadow Generations is a positive note for the future direction of the series. They already kind of implied at the end of Sonic Frontiers that the other major characters were going to have their own adventures. Outside of a couple of Game Gear games, Shadow is the only Sonic character who's gotten his own games. So I'd love to see even explorations of other genres with different characters, because Sonic and Shadow both lend themselves to fast-paced platforming. That's what the series is built on. But characters like Tails, Knuckles, and Amy, they can run fast as the plot demands, but speed is not their primary skill set. So, giving them opportunities to branch out. I mean, even give Tails something like Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts. Let him build stuff. Give Knuckles a collectathon, because treasure hunting is his thing. I don't know what Amy would be best suited for. Maybe a beat 'em up or roguelike involving her use of her hammer and definitely not tarot cards. It's fairly likely, I think, that if they did, say, 15 years from now, re-release Sonic and Shadow Generations with Silver Generations, I think it's likely that Silver would still end up getting mostly platforming-focused gameplay. I think if they were attaching the game to these like that, they would want to maintain that level of consistency. But I really think that Silver would be best suited for more of a puzzle platformer. His telekinetic abilities give him a lot of potential as a combatant, sure, but they also make a lot of room for puzzle solving. I mean, think of Magnesis and Ultra Hand in the Zelda Switch games. There's a lot that can be done with the ability to freely manipulate objects in the environment. So, yeah, Shadow Generations is extremely well put together. It tells a compelling story that takes itself seriously, which is nice. Sonic games don't have to be all doom and gloom, dark, serious storytelling. I think that kind of story fits Shadow better. There's a reason that the games Shadow is heavily involved in have some of the most seriously presented storylines. Adventure 2, 06, Shadow the Hedgehog, sorta. It tries to take itself seriously, at any rate. But yeah, I don't think that they've announced any upcoming games, at least mainline games. Obviously, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds came out a month or two ago, and Sonic Rumble finally came out to resounding silence earlier this week. But I don't think there's another mainline game that we know about. Obviously, they're probably working. But we'll just have to wait and see. Frontiers and then Shadow Generations gives me a lot of hope. And hopefully that's not misplaced. I can't speak too much about Sonic Superstars. I really haven't played that much of it. I know that it feels rougher, but it's also a 2D Sonic game with cooperative multiplayer, and that's a recipe for chaos, and not the watery blob monster kind. Anyway, that's gonna do it for this Extra Life game. Hoping that I'll have the energy and drive to get back to regular streaming again soon. There's just a lot that's up in the air right now. This is likely the final Extra Life event of the year. I reserve the right to change my mind, as I always do. But this is probably it. It's been fun getting to replay this. I've been kind of feeling the want to replay Shadow's side of things. I love Generations, Sonic Generations, but it's definitely showing its age more in juxtaposition with Shadow Generations. Anyway, thank you for watching. Thank you for your support. And take care, and I'll see you around next time. Later.